Excuse me. Now, howdy. I'm Maddie. I'm Maddie. Welcome to the stream. Hi, welcome in. How do I say your name? Tanic Terminator? Yeah? Is that it? Welcome in. Hope you're having a good one. Hi, hi. Just getting loaded in. May have hit the go live button a little early in the loading screen, but that's fine. Hey. Here it goes. Any second now. Come on. Come on. You can do it. Oh. Hey. There it goes. Ooh. Just realized I forgot to do something between streams. Oh well, that's fine. We won't worry about it. I'll do it after this stream, or actually no, I probably won't. I'll be going to bed after this stream. I'll do it before the next ASP stream. It's fine. We don't have to worry about it. It's not a big deal. Yeah. Okay. welcome in. Alrighty. Howdy, Badfoot. Welcome in. Hope you're having a good one. Hi, hi. Yeah, there was some stuff that I launched in the sandbox save that I wanted to transfer over to this save. You know, some enemy activity. But I forgot to do that, so I can't actually show you in game. But it's fine because I have another presentation prepared. So you'll get to see some pictures at least. Hey dear. Hi hi. And then next week I'll have the actual crafts transferred over to this save. Look at them in more detail. I mean, I guess I could show you them in the VAB, but it's the fun of that. I want to actually see them on the moons. Alright. Let's go ahead and switch over to do that little presentation. Yeah. Let's see. Bright white incoming. There we go. Okay. So, as I like to do every few streams, we have a little recap of the previous events that have unfolded. So for folks who missed some streams, they can just watch these instead of having to go through all the VODs to figure out what's happened. Although I don't know if anyone actually does that, but I don't know. The last update, the last recap, did decently on YouTube. Had a couple likes, which is, you know, that's neat. Yeah. All right. So. All right, we begin. Howdy. I'm Matilda Whitetail, director and lead designer at Dear Cosmos. Welcome to another chronological recap of recent space missions by both the Union of Servant Capitalist Republics and the Allied Territorial Federation. Starting off, the UCCR has unveiled an upgraded medium-lift launch vehicle, the ROG-5B. It boasts improved aerodynamics over the ROG-5 and adjusted fuel tanks for more efficient launches without sacrificing payload capacity. One of the first missions carried out with the improved launcher was Everhart 1, designed to perform a flyby of our inward neighbor, Eve. Unfortunately, due to delays, the probe was not ready for launch in time for this year's Eve transfer window. Rather than dismantle the probe or keep it in storage until next year's window, the decision was made to launch Everhart 1 anyways. Instead of flying to Eve, the probe was to be placed into orbit of Minmus. Its high-power relay antenna will be used to aid in operations on the icy moon. The scientific equipment was also left on board to test viability after long flights, as an Eve transfer can take between 100 and 200 days. Some in the ATF claim that the director and Dear Cosmos staff had horribly miscalculated when the Eve transfer window was, and only realized the probe couldn't reach the purple planet after reaching orbit and failing to plot a maneuver for an Eve encounter. This rumor is demonstrably false, of course. Moving on, the Soviet Air Force has adopted a new reconnaissance plane, the Ru-1B, developed by Dear Cosmos. The jet demonstrated its capabilities with a brazen flyover the Houston Space Center, taking high-altitude photos in the heart of ATF territory. The Ru-1B successfully outrunning and outclimbing all attempted intercepts. Small-scale mass production has begun with other contractors, and the money from the development contract will be put into further space exploration efforts. Speaking of which, Minhart 8 successfully became the first Kerbal-made object to fly around a moon and return to the surface of Kerbal. Up to this point, science experiments conducted around the moons have been limited to only being able to transmit data back to Kerbal. Minhart 8 marks the first great step towards recovering experiments for a more complete understanding of our moons. The probe flew past Minmus, conducting experiments in low and high space, before returning to Kerbin and landing in the UCCR's eastern peninsula. Sadly, during re-entry, the cameras and magnetometer, situated high above the heat shield, broke off. Still, the rest of the science equipment survived and was successfully recovered and examined by our science team. Additional missions will be carried out until returns with no complications become routine. With the war in Vietnam ever raging on, many lessons have been learned observing the use of UCCR and Kong equipment lent to the Vietnamese forces. Most urgent was the need to replace the aging Ol-1 fighter jet. While it had served well as the UCCR's first jet-powered military aircraft, the two-decade-old design was showing its age in the air war. The Ol-3 was thus created to solve this problem and provide a match for the jets provided by the ATF to the rebel forces. Reports so far have been favorable, with much improved speed and agility over the Ol-1. In combat, the Ol-3 has proved very effective against the ATF's standard fighter jet, the F-68 Vaxor. The new 25mm cannon being far more effective on all targets than the Ol-1 or F-68's 50 cals. Once again, mass production has been handed over to the usual contractors, while the development payout has been put towards space development. And back in space, Minhart 10 was placed into a polar orbit around Minmus. The satellite spent the next few weeks conducting an orbital resource scan of the small moon, confirming the presence of mineable ores beneath the icy surface. This proves the moon is not entirely made of ice, although its exact composition will still require sample analysis from future missions. The surface being made of mint ice cream is still not ruled out, thankfully. Continuing the back and forth of space and terrestrial updates, Ru-1B spy planes have been flying routinely over Vietnam to provide intelligence. Military aid sent by Cato to the South Vietnamese forces all funnel through the Kurdish-Vietnam border. So, regular flights have been made over Kurdish airspace. Planes, guns, tanks, and foreign troops have all been recorded moving into the war zone. But when flying over the peninsula west of Vietnam, a Ru-1B photographed something unusual. Several launch pads and the accompanying support structures had been constructed for large missiles. Based on their shadows and the length of the nearby shelters, these missiles are believed to be intercontinental ballistic missiles, likely with nuclear payloads. Their size makes nearby Vietnam an unlikely target. Instead, it is believed that these missiles are intended for striking the eastern half of the UCCR, north of Kurdi. Up until now, the East has been home to our retaliatory strike preparations, as missiles launched from the ATF would take longer to reach there and could more easily be intercepted. Now, with the proximity of the missiles in Kurdi, Cato could strike all of the UCCR with little warning. In response, the Soviet government has requested the development of more powerful ICBMs to match the speculated capabilities of the missiles spotted in Kurdi. Dear Cosmos is developing the ROG-8 to meet these requirements. It will be capable of delivering a 12-megaton warhead to anywhere on Kerbin in just 17 minutes. Testing is still underway, with the first full launch test scheduled for just a few days from now. And speaking of Cato provocations, Sarah Kerman was arrested by the CGB. She has been found guilty of espionage, sabotage, and treason. Sarah was the second ATF astronaut rescued by a UCCR Voskhart mission after her spacecraft malfunctioned and stranded her in low-carbon orbit. At the time, the ATF was unable to perform rescue operations of their own Kerbals, and as the only nation that could, we were able to rescue her ourselves. As with Ambro Kerman, the first ATF astronaut rescued in this manner, Sarah was offered a position at Dear Cosmos if she renounced loyalty to the nation that left her to die in orbit. She accepted and joined our science team, working on various missions. During her time with us, however, she had secretly been in communications with ATF intelligence and had been acting as a spy. She was the one who leaked the full technical data of our EVA jetpacks to the ATF, allowing them to catch up to our spacewalk capabilities months earlier than they otherwise would have. The ATF jetpack recovered during Voskhart 6's secret mission, having proven to be a one-to-one copy of ours. She was also responsible for falsifying documents that resulted in the Antlers-1 spy satellite being sent into orbit without a parachute to return its photo film. She was not placed on the Antlers program, so it is not known yet how many other secret projects she may have gathered information on. There is currently no evidence that Ambro Kerman was also compromised, but she has been placed under heightened monitoring and grounded from future flights for the time being. Similarly, it is unclear if Thompson Kerman has been made, and he has been temporarily detained for his own safety. Publicly, Thompson's absence will be covered up as being on holiday. Back to space news, the ATF have unveiled their new medium-lift launch vehicle, the Sarnus 1. It launched for the first time carrying Panner 1, an unmanned rover to Minmus. The Panner rovers are designed to be remote-controlled from Kerbal, driving over the surface of the moons to perform experiments in their many biomes in fewer launches than using traditional lander probes. The first rover was sent to Minmus and touched down in one of its flats without incident. But due to the slippery surface and low gravity, Panner 1 has had difficulty traversing. Time will tell if it is able to fully complete its mission. Panner 2 was launched shortly after the first, this time heading for the moon. However, due to a fuel line failure, the rover crashed into the surface. While it was largely intact, it was completely immobilized. Subsequently, Panner 3 was also launched to the moon, but experienced an avionics error and fired its descent thruster a little too late. Its suspension absorbed the impact but caused the rover to bounce and flip over, landing upside down. After firing its thruster again and extending its steering legs, the ATF Mission Control was able to recover the rover with surprisingly minimal damage to its top communications dish. Having landed only 5 kilometers from Panner 2, Panner 3 was able to drive over and inspect the previous rover. It has not had any of the movement difficulties of its brother on Minmus and is expected to complete its missions in the next few weeks. The ATF have also revealed their first heavy-lift launch vehicle, the Sarnus 1B. Ostensibly a slightly modified Sarnus 1 with additional fuel in the upper stage. The Sarnus 1B was used to carry the ATF's new crewed spacecraft into orbit, the first launch in the Phobos program, which aims to land Kerbals on the moons. Actually doing so will require a more powerful, super heavy lifter, but for now, the ATF are testing the orbital module in low-carbon orbit. The Phobos command module is based on the previous Dioscuri capsule, but with an extended cabin to house 3 Kerbals for a long flight, an enlarged surface module with more fuel, and a significantly more powerful engine. While nothing revolutionary, the launch of Phobos 1 comes at a time when Dear Cosmos has mostly been prioritizing military and satellite contracts. While work towards it has been carrying on in the background, there hasn't been any publicly visible progress towards landing Kerbals on the moons from us. Now, though, we will have to do something to remind the public of our commitment to this goal. Preparations are being made to launch a test flight of our own manned lunar capsule in low-carbon orbit to match the spectacle of the ATF's mission. Now on to the world map. Not much has changed in the grand scale of things this time, but the front line in Vietnam has moved slightly further north. ATF soldiers and equipment have greatly helped the South Vietnamese rebels to take more ground. But the tide is turning. Kong Hao has increased the number of troops it sent to fight, and the UCCR has increased its air war aid. The Ru-1B spy plane has proven valuable, providing intel on troop and materials movements, while allowing North Vietnam forces to better prepare for attacks. The Ol-3 fighter jet has made interceptions of enemy fighter bombers more successful, ending the South's air superiority. Finally, we have our updated goals for the space program. Firstly, we need to complete our contract with the Air Force to develop the ROG-8 ICBM. After that, the next new rocket we'll begin construction of will be our manned moon orbiter, testing in low Kerbal orbit. We will also begin development of a heavy lift launch vehicle to compete with the Sarnus 1B. This will greatly increase the Delta V we can bring with us on future missions and bridge the gap while work continues towards our super heavy lift vehicle that will be used for our manned moon landings. Current plans are for the heavy lifter to first be used to send our first rovers to the moons. As always, we remain committed to the long-term goals of putting Kerbals on the moons, establishing space stations in low Kerbal orbit, and not killing any more of our cosmonauts. Thank you. All right. That we return to the game. All right. So, our next launch is going to be Minhart 12. So we will wait for that. We'll go ahead and head into the tracking center to warp ahead. I need to figure out how to calculate Delta V for stuff myself. It's like these, like this elliptical orbit and this big wide orbit, these are things that my Delta V chart doesn't cover. But if I want to complete missions like that, I need to know how much Delta V they're going to actually need. So I really need to look into that. But, yeah. That's something I need to do in between streams. Alright, Heart 12 is ready for launch. Sunrise. Launch. Now, which one is this? This is let's see, which one? What mission is you? A lander? Yes, it is another lander. Right, the goal for this one is to conduct these temperature surveys on Minmus. So we need to get to those. The plan is to, because doing it with a satellite in polar orbit would take forever, we're going to speed things along by just sending a lander and hopping over the target zones. Because that's super easy to do on Midness. You have plenty of Delta V. Alright. Let's begin. Launch in 3, 2, 1. Start the gravity turn. Get that done. Alright. Forward while we're still coasting through the up ramp. And, the air's thin enough, it doesn't really matter. We'll go ahead and start our turn. I should have paid more attention to that. How close to that maneuver is... Wait, no. Oh, wait, no, that's this guy. I'm a fool. Yeah, it's that alarm was Minhart 12 approaching this maneuver. Yep. I thought it was our other guy, because we do have... We got this feller, Minhart 11, that's on its way, but it's way out there. It's going to take a few days to get back to Kerbal. Alright. Let's see here. So, let's see, 47 seconds, so... T-minus 20... 23. We begin burn. The boosters go. Yeah, we're still using the old... never even had a name for this modified lift vehicle. It's an older variant of the Rock 5 on this launcher, which doesn't have the rebalanced tanks. So we hold on to those for a bit longer than we should. Watch our carry apps. Right. There we go. That will fall back into the atmosphere. We left it in a low enough orbit that it will decay over time. Now, we got this guy. We're gonna head out to Minmus. Let's extend our antenna, because I always forget to do that. Yeah, we got our 3 thermometers, 1 for each target zone. We've got some extra fuel slapped on the bottom. We should be pretty good for this mission. Alrighty. So let's go ahead, set Minmus as our target, and plot our inclination change. 6 degrees. There we go. The 23-second burn. So T-minus 12 seconds, we begin burning. Go ahead and warp ahead. Time warped a little too far, missed it by 1 second, but it's fine. That much variation's not that big of a deal. Just keep an eye on our inclination number down there. Wait till we get to the old 6-0. Alright. Nice. So now let's plot our encounter. Oh, that's a moon encounter. Is the moon gonna cuck us? I think the moon's gonna cuck us, so we're gonna have to time warp ahead. Let's try now. Oh, moon's still in the way. Now, we could do an adjustment burn. But that's going to require an adjustment. Don't know actually how much of an adjustment we really need, but... hate when the "oh, you're approaching this node" thing pops up while I'm adjusting it. It's like, yes, let me adjust it. So, fuck off. Okay, that gets us an encounter. Sun jump scare. That'll be good. Mostly. We'll do an inclination adjustment burn afterwards. For now, let's just do that. Alright, so 1 minute, 15 seconds. So that will be 37 seconds. Is when we need to burn. Forgot to point at the thing. That's pretty important. There we go. It's fine. Actually, it's gonna take a while for us to get there, huh? Yep. Oh well. Oh, actually, not 10 days to Appalapse. In this encounter, 14 days. Jeez, it's 4 days between here and here? Damn. I mean, I guess this is the slow end of the, distance travel. So, the orbit, yeah, so. Oof. Alright, well. We do what we must. No orbit. Alright, shooting up. Up. You know what? We'll just... Doesn't matter which side we're actually on. Okay. So now... Add maneuver. Let's try and get our inclination towards the equator, huh? Seems to be on the equator. Perfect. This is going to be a super tiny adjustment burn. So we're going to power down our thruster to get a more reasonable burn time. Yeah, let's do 0.5. Alright. So at T-minus 16 seconds, we begin our burn. Here's the moon. And this is always tricky to see. So tiny and far away. Running away. add a maneuver here. And pull ourselves into an orbit. Lovely. And in 14 days, we'll fire up the engines again. Let's go ahead and preemptively increase our throttle limit. So we have a reasonable time to burn once we get there. I know I'll forget otherwise. Yeah, 14. There. Nice even number. Easy to split into. Alright. Perfect. So we'll leave this guy in orbit for now, on its way. Let's head back to the tracking station. Okay. With that on its way. Let's see. The next launch is going to be the ROG 8. Alright. Let's warp to completion. Alright, and let's go ahead and warp till sunrise. Alright. Now then. Let's see. Facility. Maybe go to launch. Alright, so this is the first real test of the ROG 8 ICBM. Let's see, just double check. Yep, we have the inert payload on here. So this is a simulated warhead. It's the same weight, but it is, of course, completely harmless. So if we, if this thing falls out of the sky, we don't have to worry about, any potential nuclear mishaps. Now, where are we going to be aiming for this test? Ideally, we'd want to aim over the ocean. International waters is a fairly safe target when you're not wanting to cause any sort of political incidents. So I was thinking we'd try to land up here, maybe? Or something, So, although going at an angle like that is a little more tricky, but nah, we'll do it. Science, intercontinental science missile. Yes, of course. I mean, we're doing science, we're running tests. We're gonna write down our results. That's science. Alright. Yeah, I think we're gonna launch up here and try to land in the water around here-ish. Yeah. This is just a systems test. We don't need to test the accuracy just yet. We'll do that later. Well, I'll have to figure out what an accuracy test looks like for this thing. Obviously we need a target to hit. I'm not sure what a good target would be that is within our territory. Let's just see here, yeah, because you know, I guess we could launch straight north, hit the tundra, which is our territory. You know, we'd be flying over our own territory the whole way, which isn't ideal if it comes down prematurely. So we would, but you know, we don't have an actual payload on board, so it's not a problem if we come down short. Though this is the first test, we have a higher probability of an engine failure, so maybe we should. You know what? We'll go straight south. You know, there's nothing that we could possibly hit. It's just water. Yeah, we'll go straight south. We're not going to aim for anything in particular on this mission. All right. SAS engage, throttle up, and 3, 2, 1. Oh. One of our Werner engines just gave out. Oh, one of our main engines just gave out. Okay. Let's rotate over. That way we can use this to our advantage because we're trying to perform a gravity turn to the south anyways. Yeah, so this is designed, you know, this is why you have multiple engines. We've got 3 engines, 2 nozzles each in our main propulsion. So that, and it is designed so that if one engine fails, the other 2 will still have enough. It'll still be able to steer itself, and the other 2 can keep it going on target. Oh, actually, we're turning over too much. We need to pull up. Let's flip her around. There we go. Pull up our local info. Okay. We're going too high now. Whoopsie. Yeah. Not the most efficient here. I should have rearranged the staging. Normally we'd be completely outside the atmosphere by the time we have to ditch that stage, but because of the engine burnout, we weren't able to do that. But it's fine. All right, let's go ahead. Add maneuver. We're going to correct our inclination. So we're heading straight south. And I don't know why I did that so precisely. We have to do this anyways. Okay. Let's go ahead and get a target painted on the map so that we have a consistent thing that we're trying to hit. There we go. That should be perfect. Alright, so 6 seconds. Begin our burn at 6. Not instant. Howdy, Potato. Welcome in. Hope you're having a good one. We're testing a missile. Oh, our main engine failed. Yeah, this one is just a single engine with 4 nozzles. That's unfortunate. I mean, we might still be able to do this with just the Werner engines, but we might dip into the atmosphere before we complete this burn, so we might not hit the intended target. So, but, you know, this is why we do tests like this, you know? To gather data, figure out what's going to go wrong, and improve it for the next one. It looks like we are still getting the Delta V in before we're entering the atmosphere. So, yeah. Even with the main engine failing, the Werners are able to get us the rest of the way. That's actually pretty good. Wait until our target lines up. Cut. Alright, perfect. Now we can disconnect. Double check again. Yeah, we're gonna have to burn once more. Perfect. Now we turn retrograde before we enter the atmosphere. Alright. And this heat shield will protect everything above the engine. The engine itself will possibly burn up, but that's fine. It is intended to be sacrificial. And then we'll just be coasting with the rest of this. We do have the RCS thrusters, so we can make last-second adjustments with those. Yeah, we're about to re-enter the atmosphere now. Crossing over pretty soon. And there we go. We are on target currently. Go ahead and time warp. Shields heating up. Just keep us pointed retrograde. Engine's getting hot. That's fine. Engage RCS to help center us. Undershooting a little bit compared to what's expected. I think because the RCS was off and we were coming in at a slight angle, that's alright. Once we're through the plasma re-entry, we can send the signals to course correct. And of course, with the plasma around the vehicle right now, we don't have communications to it, so we can't enter course corrections just yet. But it should be as simple as just burning prograde with the RCS a little bit. Nope, we're tumbling. What happened? Electric charge didn't fit. Nothing failed, it's just lost stability. Well, that's bringing us closer to target, so... let's just burn. And... that's pretty cool. That's pretty spot on. Alright, we're out of fuel. We're spot on our target. Yeah, alright, so even with multiple main engine failures, the Bissell is still able to hit its targets pretty reliably. That's pretty good. I think the military will be quite pleased with the results of this test. Excellent. There's nothing really to see here. It's not going to explode or anything. I mean, it'll get torn up on impact with the water, but it's not going to, you know, there's no explosive payload, so it's going to be a sploosh. And surprisingly, some of it survived. Wild. Well, hey, we can reuse that probe core. You have to wait for it to stop moving. And it doesn't have any buoyancy, so we have to wait for it to get to the bottom of the ocean. This is a bit spooky. Oh, there it is. Okay. We'll send a dive team to recover that, I guess. You know, waste not, want not. It is apparently cheaper to pull something from the bottom of the ocean than to just build another one. Which really says a lot about how cheap our deep water diving is more than anything. That probe's not that expensive. It's only 300 funds. So, alright, nice. Okay, so with that complete, we are going to go ahead and start up construction of a second test missile. So we don't have to test accuracy and ability, you know, the accuracy and distance, because we've already tested both of those successfully, even with the engine failures. I consider that a successful enough test that we don't have to do another one. It would just be a bit redundant to do that. So instead, what we're going to do is we're going to launch a real boy. Let's see, where, yep, here it is. Yeah. With the nuke in it. And we're gonna do a full function test. So this launch is honestly, we're probably gonna aim for the same spot on the ocean, just to be safe. Although, no, because the pay. You don't air. Is there an option to airburst this thing? Has to be. I don't see anything from a super quick search on how to get an airburst to work with these, so that's unfortunate. So that means we need to hit a piece of land. Tundra it is. Actually, should we do... Let's... Man, it should be good. We demonstrated that it can still hit its targets even with multiple engine failures. And the reliability has gone up from that experiment, from that test. So... I mean, we should be good, right? Yeah. We'll head north and we'll hit the tundra. This time, yeah. Okay. We have added that to the build list. Now, let's grab Stato. Yes. Alright. So the Stato is... Let's see. We're gonna have to... What? Wait. Why is... What? What? Hello? Okay. There we go. Take that off. Okay, so we need to modify our statos. Because of course, we need to make the lunar variant of the stato now. So, let's see. So the lunar variant, a couple differences. So we're going to rip the solar panels off, and we're gonna be relying on fuel cell that is built into the engine for our electricity production. Although the batteries should be sufficient for the entire lunar mission anyways, but yeah. And we're just doing that to be consistent to reality. The actual lunar variant of the Soyuz used fuel cells instead of solar panels. Of course, the Apollo command module uses a fuel cell instead of solar panels. You know, it was just... at the time, fuel cells were more reliable, and so both nations just stuck with fuel cells instead of relying on solar panels that might fail, because they were worried about sending crews all the way out to the moon relying on solar panels for electricity. We don't have that problem. We have much more advanced solar panel technology in the Kerbal Space Program. They're far more reliable than the real-life counterparts of the time period, but, you know, for the sake of aesthetic, we're gonna go for this. Let's go ahead and grab Virgo fuel tank as well. Want to bring extra fuel with us. This is consistent with the actual LK as well. We're gonna keep these white. Actually, I should pull up a picture of this thing. Soyuz. Okay. 7K LOK is the variant of the Soyuz that would have done moon stuff. Mm-hmm. Alright, we're gonna remove this guy. We don't have that on there. I'm gonna take this off, but hold on to it. Same with you. That comes off, and this comes off. I'm going to use a different orbital module. Let's see, utility. I think it's actually labeled in here. Potato is currently a 45 stream streak. Nice. God Scalper. so these are not labeled for which one is the moon one. Oh wait, no, it is labeled because it's called Virgo. Okay, which side does the door need to go on? That's a good question. Let's see here. Okay, the door goes on side that, yeah, it goes on this side. Actually, yeah, I have that correct. Okay. Good. Oh, yeah, it makes sense. The default orientation of these parts relative to each other would be correct, huh? Okay. We need the docking apparatus. This guy, the Petra. Because we don't need a crew to go in and out of the, to go in between these. The lander is going to be boarded externally via spacewalk. So, I'm just gonna do that. And go ahead and put that on there. Grab some struts. That's a little less awkward looking. There we go. It's held on properly. Alright, what side does the antennas go on? Man, there's antennas all over this thing. Okay, on the bottom, alright, opposite of the hatch is where the antennas that I am looking at are adding are going. See, communications. Yeah, we don't actually have an exact stand-in for the specific antennas that, like, the ones that are most prominent on it. So we're just gonna use these guys and pretend. Let's extend you. These ones come out not at an angle, so shoot. And let's see. So they are offset slightly. They're not quite centered. Which direction are they offset? Set to this side. And is attached up there. I don't think that'll be a problem with the docking port. Get that nice and flat. Alright. And we want you to line up with that. Except you're going to be facing down. do get our handrail in. I don't think we have the actual handrail. So we could put ladders all along it, but I mean we don't actually need the handrail for holding on because we have EVA jetpacks. So I'm just gonna do what visually looks closer, and that is script. So I'm gonna take this, and we're gonna go to the fuel tank here. Let's see how it is. Local. Try to as high up as we can. There we go. We have a handrail. I could straighten that out. An extra... If I used an extra one, like if I brought this out here and then I had another strut connecting those two struts, would be... just use the same strut. It's fine. Okay, that's our handrail. At least I think that's a handrail. It's next to the hatch, and it goes down, so I think it's a handrail. But, I don't know, I haven't bothered to read up on what every little, like, greeble on the thing actually is. There's a lot of greebles on the real thing, so... I don't know. Alright, we do also need a light. Let's see, we'll put the light here. Yeah. And B spotlight. There we go. Match. Alright. Gives some light when you're out there, and gives light to illuminate the... Yeah, the light shines all the way up there, so it'll help while we're docking. Yep. Good. Alright. I think that's it. The stuff that needs to be added on. I don't think there's anything else that goes on to make it more like... I mean, like, there's other antennas and stuff that I could put on to make it more accurate to the real thing, but it's a lot of excessive antennas. Like, functionally speaking, we only one antenna is good enough, and it does everything. So, yeah, we don't need a relay antenna on this craft because we already have plenty of relays that'll be in orbit of both Minmus and the moon. So we will have constant communications regardless. Should I put a relay on it just to be safe, though? Actually, this kind of looks a bit more like we want anyways. We have different colors available for that. It shows the colors in here, right? Nope, it does not. Okay. So... yeah, this might have. Yeah, it's only $500. Yeah. Yep. Okay. Yeah. The actual the antennas that this is supposed to be in place of, it's like a shaped like a cross and has like 5 little antennas on it. Yeah. So let's just go ahead. Perfect. Alright. I guess want a direct antenna on here anyways. We'll go ahead and put that in the correct spot relative to everything. Let's see. Showing where that goes. It's not in photos. It's in one photo. Maybe I should trust all the photos that don't have it. But I mean, there's plenty of other things sticking out here. Oh, no, it is there. Just very specific angles where it's visible. It's only on one side, it's not that long. Alright. We'll go ahead and put this on. Goes on the collar. And actually looking at it, these are probably closer in appearance. More expensive though. They're kind of similar. I should do this properly, though. Yeah, whatever. Space ain't cheap. Never mind. I did not realize that it came out like that. I thought it came out straight and then had a 90-degree bend on it. I mean, I guess we could do that. It's not quite the same, but, you know, eh. Let's go ahead and attach this to the orbital module so that it's it doesn't stay with the ground, the parachute. We separate. Don't want it to come with us, so. Just barely isn't sticking out as much. Let's see here. But that one's nope. Okay. It's in the way of the light. Just like, hold on. It's not the right spot for it. No, it's not. Put it in the wrong side. It's supposed to be over here. There we go. Yeah. A little extra antenna. So let's retract all of these. Set up an action group. Toggle. There we go. Okay, so we got that. Yep. That is the orbital variant. Done and good. Yes. So, let's go here, edgeware. Get rid of that so that the flag is nice and clean. Now that I know how to do that. Alrighty. Let's grab our ROG 5B. There we go. These capsules have the advanced avionics that allows for targeting nodes, maneuver nodes and stuff? No, it does not. I add that to this, then? Not exactly historically correct, but it would be useful to have. You know? It doesn't look bad. And it would be useful to have that, the whole mission. So, yeah, I think we'll do that. And we'll do green, because we're doing a crude mission. Green for Kerbals. I feel like that's really wide, actually. Hold on. So wide. Oh. Let's go ahead. Let's get one of these. Yeah. Make sure it's lined up. Does clip through the ball there. Not much I can do about that. Alright, so we want the head to stick out perpendicular. And we want the base of it to also stand out perpendicular. Oh! It doesn't intersect, but well, it just barely does, but it's not noticeable enough for me to care. So, yeah, there we go. Nice. That lets us get this fairing much closer in. Not clipping at all. I think it's just barely not. Perfect. And close it on there. Perfecto. Oh, and I learned that if I right click on the fairing, I can turn off the fairing expanding like that, so I can look at it properly. So that's useful. You can see that that is not clipping. Perfect. All right. Excellent. So, we have consult the Delta V books. Double check. So we have added weight, but yeah, I'm pretty sure that's fine. And of course, that is not accounting for vacuum, which of course our ISP goes way up on this engine once we're outside the atmosphere. Okay. Let's get our staging set up correctly, because it is abysmal. That goes. These go. Yeah. And I think we're actually going to... Actually, we're gonna put that up there. Coupler staging. Could use that. I used this before in order to get it up. No, I guess we still need to get over these. So yeah, no. We'll do that. Yeah. Yeah, we want this separate because I found in testing that these goobers have enough thrust in them that if I separate them after circularizing my orbit too much, they will complete the circularization on themselves, and then there'll be genuine space debris that we'll have to worry about. So by having this fire after it's already been decoupled, that means it's not going to fire, and we don't have to worry about it. Of course, in the abort action group, we're going to force it to activate. And we're going to force that decouple. We're going to force that engine shut down. Also going to force these engines to shut down. So, yeah. We'll have a perfectly safe launch escape system. So if we hit abort, this will activate. If we don't hit abort, it won't activate. Oh, actually, hold on. Are you being clipped? Oh, that's clipping. Okay. Hold on. Oh, you know what? We just used one of these again. That should not be clipping. Perfect. Action group. Brakes. Toggle. This one on there as well. No. Turn that off. Double check our clipping. Oh, yeah. Yep, that is fully within the fairing. It's not going to explode when we deploy the fairing. Good. Alright. I think Stato 4 is ready. Let me just double check. We're staging. Mm-hmm. Alright. We're all good. All set. Mm-hmm. Save and add to the build queue. Alright. Moonheart 11 is going to reach its maneuver node first, next up. So we'll go ahead and cut to it. Alrighty. Yeah, if we do any more missions with this design, we're gonna need one of those control wheels on this so we can hold our thingy, and also so we have more SAS. Reaction wheel power. Alright. Let's go ahead and warp ahead. Getting closer to Kerbal. Gonna pass the orbit of the moon. Meow. So we have a minute 20, so then it means T-minus 40 seconds we begin our burn. This burn is going to capture us into an orbit. Coming up on the burn time now, 10 seconds. Burning. Just gonna bring that orbit down. It's gonna get slower and slower as we bring the apoapsis down. As, of course, it require the closer you are to, you know, whatever thing you're orbiting, the more delta V it is that you need in order to change your altitude. So I'm just gonna keep on burning. Get our nice circular orbit that we designed. Let's try and keep ourselves centered on that maneuver node. There we go. That's plenty circularized. Okay. So now we can plot our re-entry. We didn't want to just go straight from, you know, the Minmus straight into the atmosphere to capture and do a re-entry because we didn't want to land in a spot that we could not easily predict. So by circularizing, we are, giving ourselves as many orbits as we want to fine-tune our exact landing location. But we're going to go ahead and try to land in friendly territory over there. Let's go ahead. There we go. Aim for... You know what? Let's aim for land. Why not? Yeah. Make it a little easier to recover. Less salt water to worry about as well, Not that we actually have to worry about salt water, but, Alright, we're gonna limit our thrust to give ourselves more reasonable burn time. That's good. Nice and lined up. Okay, T-minus 8 seconds, we begin our burn. Right, there we go. Now we just... point ourselves along one of these, and point ourselves back retrograde. Okay, we're going to retract this antenna so it's not sticking out into the plasma. And here we go. In heart 8. I forgot to change the number on that. It's embarrassing. This is Minheart 11, not 8. That's quite a few numbers wrong. Well, when we take a celebratory photo, we'll just take a picture of this side. Yeah. No one will have to know. Unfortunate. Oh well. Yeah. Let's go ahead. Warp ahead. We have re-entered the atmosphere. Coming in to land at night. Sun sets on our probe. In our descent. There it goes. There's our orbital module still over there. Let's see. Ooh. Because we don't have the mass of the orbital module, though, it looks like we're going to be landing in the water, just off the coast, actually. Yeah. Should have overshot a bit more on the... Well, we're still figuring out doing stuff like that. For our landings. Actually, I think it helps... No, it probably doesn't help because the parameters didn't go down that much. So, yeah. I was gonna say, maybe it helps to decouple later instead of sooner, but I don't know. I don't think that would make as much of a difference. I think it's the... Once we're in the atmosphere and we're hitting drag, having that extra mass to keep your momentum up is what... Versus not having that extra mass for momentum is what makes the difference in how far along you're landing. Now, of course, a steeper trajectory does minimize the amount of offset that you have in this sort of thing, but we're playing it safe, going for not a very steep going in, although really we can afford to go a lot steeper. We have plenty of ablator. This thing started with 150 ablator, not 300. You know, we cut back the amount that it has to begin with to save weight. Because really, you don't burn up that much ablator on a shallow re-entry. And unless you're going really steep, you're not going to... Unless you're like super crazy, stupid steep, you're not going to use up all your ablator. Or if you're doing aerobraking. Aerobraking, of course, if you're using the atmospheric drag to slow yourself down to capture into orbit around a planet, and you like keep going into the atmosphere to brake, popping out, going back in over and over again, over time you will use up more of your ablator. But why are our batteries getting toasty? They're inside of a heat shield. I guess that's because they're recessed down into the dish, maybe? Game is counting them perhaps as being spicy, although, nope. Not being spicy anymore. Yeah, it's 'cause we didn't get that much re-entry because we were very shallow. We could have afforded to go more aggressive. Yeah, alright. I think next time we launch one of these missions, if we do, we'll be more aggressive with our re-entry. Really test the heat shield. Give it all she's got. Let's just, yeah. Coming in. Alright. Parachute. And perfectly safe. Nice. I did want to get a photo of it on the ground. So I guess we'll wait until the morning to pick it up. Sploosh. Alright. know why it gave me space-time warp times for a bit. No, actually, space-time warp times would be nice. Tracking station? There we go. In our 11, fly. Let's get our photo. The city in the distance there, pretty nice. Let's go. Just rotate it around. Get that UCCR logo in view. Lovely. Up, up. How's that photo look? Yeah, look good. Perfect. Turn off the overlays. Okay. Lovely. Recover vessel. Yippee! Science! Okay. Now, we're gonna have to do some cheating. Unfortunately. Because the contract was stupid. Yeah, so we had an ultraviolet light camera on board and we used it, but it didn't count because this wants a different ultraviolet camera experiment, which is dumb. Because it's literally impossible to tell which ultraviolet light camera experiment it wants. So yeah, it's very dumb. So we're gonna use cheats to forcefully complete this contract because it should have been completed. Alright, so let's see. So we need another 1,500. Now when we use cheats to forcefully complete this, it's not going to give us this payout. It's only going to give us this 13,500. It's not going to give us the 14.8 thousand. So we're going to have to use cheats to manually add this money into our account as well. So let's go ahead. That. That's F12. Contracts. Active. An orbital study from space around Minmus. Oh, mark that as complete. Wait. Oh, fuck. I completed the wrong one. Shit. I clicked the wrong one. Ah. Archive. Fuck. Position satellite. Specific orbit of the moon. Oh, which one was it? Shit. Fuck. Um. Oh, which one of these was it? It's not this one, no. It's this one, right? Hold on. Thermometer. That's it. Okay. So it was neither of those. Thermometer. Oh, it's in orbit. It's in order. There we go. Okay. Significant. Hold on. Before I do this, let's just a screenshot real quick. So I'm afraid I'm gonna fuck this up. You know what? Actually, hold on. Let's be smart about this. Ah, shit. Hmm. Fuck. We didn't have a save. Shit. Load. Yeah, we don't have a save anywhere near. Fuck. Balls. Hmm. I hit remove. Does that just delete it, or? That just deletes it. Fuck. Okay, can I see the orbit still? I don't think I can, but... Because obviously we still have to do that. I'm not gonna accept that for free. That's... Oh, that's a different contract. Shit. Okay, so the orbit is gone. Okay, so we're gonna have to recreate that orbit just using the text description, which is fine. We can totally do that. It's just gonna be annoying because we won't be able to visually match our orbit to the on-screen indicator. But, you know, it's fine. Do things the hard way. This is what I get for not reading and for not saving. Active. Get the right one this time. Orbital study from space around Minmus. Complete. Yay. Okay. And let's give ourselves the 15. How much was it? Yeah, the 1500 that we are owed still. Game didn't pay that out. So 1,000, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, minus 200. 1, 2. Wait, no. That's science. Damn it. We only have 1,000 acre. Whatever. It's fine. Just. Yeah. Whatever. It's fine. I clicked the correct numbers on the science just now, right? I didn't fuck that up. Right? Hold on. I'm second guessing myself. Did I fuck that up? I hit the right one. Yep. Arrgh. I'm really kicking myself. Alright. Hello, Toa Sampa. Welcome in. Hope you're having a good one. Okay, well, let's get that moon contract. Okay, so we need these. Yes. This is our orbits that we need to get with Moonheart 9. I think was the one that was going to be doing this. So let's see here. My screenshot that I took before already have these numbers in it. Yes. Okay. I'm gonna have that up off to the side. All right. Well, let's do that ghost contract now, I guess. And look at that, Toa. Hope you're having a good one. I have done a silly. Okay. There was no other mission that we have currently. Yeah, no. Okay, so we're gonna. This is definitely the one that was intended to do that mission. So let's launch. Was going to be a relatively simple mission, has become a little more complicated. But not that much more. Alright. Well, we launch in 3, 2, 1. There we go. Alright. So 46 seconds, so 22 minus 23. Alright, lovely. Send action to extend things. That's fine. Oh, lovely. This little feller. Alright. Now set the moon. Nope, not both of you. Target. Sorry about that. Didn't want to that time. Oopsie. Okay. So now, let's see here. Periapps. 334. I don't know what side of the moon that needs to be on, actually. Okay, argument of periapsis. Longitude of ascending node. Okay. Yeah, we actually have those numbers. That's good. So, argument of periapsis needs to be 288.9 degrees. That's on the opposite side, right? No, that's not what that means. I don't actually know what these numbers mean. So we're gonna have to fiddle around till we find them. Oh, that's making it closer. Although that's giving us some wild numbers. Hold on. What is argument of pure? Oh, I'm just gonna periapsis. What does that mean? That's exactly where the closest point of an elliptical orbit is located relative to the orbital plane's intersection with a reference plane. Hmm. I think I'll just circularize my orbit, and then we'll figure it out from there. Yeah. So, in that case, let's get our Harry apps to be at... Hold on. Harry apps to be at 3348. Meters. So that's 334 kilometers. 334.8 kilometers. It's not updating on here. Oh, fuck, fuck, fuck. No, shit, stop. Oh, I can click on this to select. Oh, that's so useful. Wish I knew about that. It's supposed to show these numbers on here, but it's not. I think it's supposed to show those numbers on there. No, it's because it's showing relative to Kerbal, not relative to the moon, right? Me. All right. Hmm? Oh. Okay. Yeah, that's close enough. So, yeah, we'll just do that. And then we'll I know for a fact that I had enough Delta V to do this mission. Like, I'm pretty confident I had enough Delta V to do this mission. So worst case, I could cheat my orbit to be correct. Patch it if we're off, if I just like end up burning wildly wrong, but I don't want to do that, so I wish I could. I'd saved before. Yeah, it's in the future. If we're gonna use the cheat menu to fix a game bug, we save before we use the cheat menu. Because I'm silly and I'll click the wrong thing. Okay. T-minus 15 seconds, we begin our burn. Here's the moon. 3, 34, 8. Good for 8. Alright, cool. Okay, we can get our... Now it's showing, in the preview, it's showing these. So let's try to get that number to match. So 288.9. Close enough. And then the apoapse and periapse. Inclination 7.3. Let's just... We'll do that for now, and then we'll do the other things when we get to them. Let's head to tracking station, because... Wait. Oh, wait, no, I'm a fool. I was like, oh, we'll head to the tracking station, because we have another thing coming up before we're gonna get there. No, the thing coming up is this. I'm a fool. I'm a mess today. All over the place. Alright. Whee! Skip that. Just jump straight to this, please. Just jump straight to this, please. I don't care. Just jump straight to this, please. Ooh, our electric charge is dangerous. Usually that doesn't drain like that while we're time warping. That's unfortunate. And we're on the dark side currently. But, oh well. Well, we should be fine. Alright, so T-minus 13 seconds is when we begin our burn. And we're regaining now because we're entering sunlight. Excellent. Sunrise. Okay, so now our argument of periapts is in the correct spot. So now we need to adjust our inclination. So longitude ascending node is in the completely wrong spot. See if I increase inclination there. Where? How do I get the? What up? How do I get the longitude of the ascending node in the right spot? Okay, that has the longitude of the ascending node in the correct spot. Which is probably the hardest thing to get in the correct spot. Need inclination of 22.7. Alright, that's probably as perfect as we'll get for those numbers. 16-second burn time. Bump that up, 32, that'll work good. T minus 16 seconds, we begin burning. Okay, that's close enough. Contract would give it to us for at that. So, alright, now we just need to get our other numbers correct again. So, let's see. Periapts is too high currently. You can see both of these at the same time. We get 0.89. Mm-hmm. Alright, at T minus 18 seconds, we begin burning. And our augmented periapsis, looking for 288.9. Yep. And now we just need to get our apoapse and periapse at the correct numbers. So we'll start with getting our apoapse to the correct value. So apoapse needs to be at 521,288. That's close enough. And then after that, we'll do the periapse burn. You don't have to maintain all of the numbers being exactly perfect. The game would, the game has some leniency on how close you are to the exact numbers, so should be fine. 8-second burn, so T minus 4 seconds. We could probably, we can have this to get a little more fine control. So T minus 8 seconds we burn. Alright, perfect. Now, over here and get our periapse correct. So, 334,855. This will be a much bigger burn, so let's give ourselves a little more thrust. Try the orbits are flashing like that, but it's fine. Alright, T minus 11 seconds, we begin our burn. There we go. Contract complete. Yippee! Oi. Oi, oi. Oof. Oh, hey. We did it. So now, this is legitimate. That was not cheating. That we, ended that contract, because we have actually fulfilled the requirements of the contract. Yay. Oh boy. Okay. We're gonna leave that in orbit. Okay. Well, let's, and do Space Center. Alright, let's look. Mission control. Alright, what do you have available? Lots of Kerbal stuff. Analyze the surface at Minmus Midlands and Minmus Poles. Surface. Plant growth study. Ew. I mean, we can still get paid for the other things, though. Alright, so... laser reflector, infrared, gravity scan, radiometer, laser reflector, micrometer. Okay. We could do this as our Rover contract. Yeah. As our Rover contract for Midmus. So this gives us 2 targets that we need to do science on. We just knock them both out. Yeah, alright. Let's do this. We'll send our rover to Minmus. Now we just need a contract to give us an excuse to send a rover to the moon. But, that'll come, I'm sure. Look, it's the east. Head in that direction. That pays well. Minheart 7. How much fuel does Minheart 7 have? Can it complete that mission, or do we need to launch something else to do that? Oh, it's not got much, but, I mean, that's pretty close. You could probably do that hop. You could hop that, yeah. How much Delta V do you have, exactly? So I know the fuel, you know, it looks very small, but on Minmus, that might be, and with how light the craft is on Minmus, that might be... Oh yeah, that's plenty doable with this guy. Okay, we just need to do a temperature scan. Is that it? Measure the temperature on the surface. Ah, yeah. Except, that's super doable. Alright, Minheart 8, adjustment. Skeptic 9, adjustment. Lots of adjustments, actually. Minheart 12, an adjusted orbit of Kerbal. No, Minhart is on a mission. Not Minhart. It's on a mission to Minmus. We're not doing that. Minhart 2, adjusted orbit of Mun. Let's check the most lucrative one first, which is this guy. Stactic 9, integral, turbine. How much? You have no fuel, so that is not doable. Damn. Most unfortunate. Okay. Minhart 8. Integral. The moon. It's also out of fuel, so that's also not possible. Damn. I mean, it could be possible with, like, a claw, but, like, you know, the technology for that is, not available in the 60s, I don't think, so. Pretend we can't do that right now. Alright, Minhart 2, it's the cheapest one. It's probably actually doable. With just what the fuel we have on board. Minhart 2, around the moon. Oh, you also don't have fuel. Never mind, that's not trivial. I mean, it would be trivial if we had the claw, but again, we're pretending we don't have that technology yet. So... Nope, can't do any of those. Damn. That's unfortunate. Those are usually easy money. Oh well, this is why we check. Why we check. Transmit or recover scientific data from space around Minmus. That's good money. Yeah, I mean, we'll just send back something from our next mission to Minmus. Yeah, easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Just costs to upgrade you. Then we get unlimited contracts. How long does it take to upgrade you? I don't know. We're pretty close to getting this, though. So, maybe... We're at 5 out of 7. Should we just go ahead and take these? It's a shame we don't have the mission to do flybys of the moon and Minmus. Wait. Oh. Wait, no, we do. This is the flyby. And this is the landing. Yeah, well, it's a shame we don't have these for Minmus as well. Those used to be up here. Now we don't have them. Very unfortunate. Because I'd love to get paid money for doing those. There's no upfront payments for these. actually name the vessel these in order for these to count? I swear there was one before where like the Aegina mission, and it didn't count it for some reason. I had to use cheats to forcefully complete it. And is it because the names aren't? I mean, it's not that big a deal. I just complete it. There's no sub-objectives I have to pay myself for, so whatever. So I'm worried that if I let these expire, they're not going to come back around again. Just like how the Minmus missions have seemingly not come back around again. So you know what? Okay. I'll take that one. And we'll wait a little bit, see if the Minmus ones pop up. I don't know. Maybe because I've been ignoring them, they haven't showed up. But maybe if I accept one of those, it'll be like, ooh, she's interested again. Give her more. I don't know. Don't know how it works. All right, so I guess we should start work on thingy. Hold on. Where are the proton parts? Do we already have proton parts unlocked? Or are they hidden somewhere silly? Alnir is the proton. Do in fact have it already unlocked. Excellent. Let's begin construction. Yippee! Alright, so we're gonna design our rovers now. Okay, so this will be. Let's see. What name did I have set? So for is Capita. But let's get the actual. Boing. This will be min. Well, one. Yes. All right. I should probably pull up a picture of what this thing is supposed to look like. It's mostly self-explanatory what it looks like. So we had this bubbly. How much electric charge do you have in you? 100. And emerald solar panel. Doink. Yeah. So the Lunacod 1, the way Lunacod was designed, the solar panel opens up like this, like an oyster, because they didn't, when landing, they're gonna kick up a bunch of moon dust. And so the idea was they wanted the solar panel to be concealed and safe. So when it lands, they wait a bit for the moon dust to settle, and then they open up the solar panel. And doing it like this was cheaper and easier than doing like a complex folding mechanism. Because Lunacog actually happened fairly early on in terms of like relative to solar panel development. All right. Okay. So next, let's get our wheels. Emerald Rover wheels. Snapping points. Excellent. Let's switch editors. You should always build your rovers in Spaceplane Hangar. Oh, really? Really? There's no symmetry there? Damn, that sucks. Oh well. Okay. Try that. Do a quick simulation. Make sure we have everything going in the right direction and figure out what steering arrangement makes the most sense. What has happened here? The wheels are on sideways. Okay, so I take it that this was meant to be assembled in the VAB, actually. Okay, now is that in the middle by default, so it's hard to know if that's upside down or not. Okay, let's just do that. Test. See if they're right side up or not. nope, upside down. Okay, now do another test. So we need to still verify that motors are that it's working, all that stuff. Just, drag its butt along the ground a little bit. Oh, that's a good sign. All right, reverse. Motor direction. Normal. Normal. Right. Oh. Oh. No. I guess it's smart enough to know which direction it's supposed to go. That's good. Do another simulation. Excellent. Ooh, that's a bit too nippy, so let's steering off on these middle ones. Still way too... Let's turn those down. There we go, that's much better. Much more stable. Yes. Yeah. Seems to be working perfectly. Alright, now let's see here. Need nations emerald. Pretty sure that goes right there. I had to guess the visible light cameras go on the front. A, this unit capture color at the cost of image resolution. Since we're paying for this camera, it will capture high resolution images, the cost of being black and white. This one's cheaper. Are you the right way up? Put 2 cameras on the front of this thing to be accurate. Alright. Then just this, but without the top bit. Escape, that's not relevant. Emerald Rover platform, we'll need that in a bit. Emerald low gain antenna. That doesn't seem to be on the Mooncon 1. This guy. Yep, that's definitely need that. 6,000, which is a lot. But it's got a good rating. Pretty powerful. Dinner. Start tracking. I'll be real. I thought this was like a drill or something, not an antenna. All right. Well, hey, you know, alright, cool. So now... Yeah, that's all of the functional bits. So the rest is just gonna be slapping the science experiments that we want on this. Okay. Q. So, for our mission... we are going to need... we're ignoring the plant growth study. Laser reflector. Laser reflector. Who's laser reflector? Stick that on there now. Alright, infrared light camera. Infrared. Red and ultraviolet. Stick that on there. Take one of these off and just replace it with this guy, honestly. It's just... stick that there. We'll clip that into it a little bit, I think. For the sake of not looking so silly. Maybe I should have it hanging off the side. I don't know. We'll figure that out once we have everything on here. Infrared, gravity scan. Gravimeter. Radiometer. Radiometer. On. Might as well slap one of these on. Radiometer. Which one's the radiometer? We do need a micrometer detector. Okay, cool. Hold on. Radiometer. What are you? Oh, it's not being very helpful. What part is a radio meter? None of these say radio meter. Either the part name or the science experiment. I know I've used a radio meter before, but what part is it? Spectra data. Not either. Let me just search. Radio. Nope. Oh, wait. That's a radio meter right there. Hmm. Expensive. Not our only option? I swear I had already used the radio meter before, though. EM spectrum data. Is there anything else that we already have, maybe, and has EM spectrum data? No. Okay, well, I guess we'll have to do this then. Expensive and huge. That's, a problem. Where the hell are we gonna put this thing? Where it won't fuck up the aesthetics. Shit. Okay, well that's all the science we need. It's really... Yeah, there's nothing else that can do it. Okay, Well, that's unfortunate. have to figure out how to make this work. Now let's just do that. Alright, let's extend these. Won't even attach radially. Alright, we'll have to bump it onto there. So it's okay. That's I think that'll be my kludge. Yeah, it's not pretty, but that's what we're gonna do. And yeah. Stick out any less when it's folded. No, it actually sticks out more to the sides when it's folded, so we're just gonna leave that up when we launch this, Okay, let's do another sim, just to make sure that the weight of that thing hanging off the back doesn't make it too rear heavy. I'm gonna make sure that it's able to move. Oh, I forgot about the steering. Oh. We're fine. Okay, so its butt is not dragging on the ground. Engine works. Yeah, alright. I think we're all good, yeah. terminate simulation. Alright, now we want this to be able to operate in the dark for a bit, so I think we'll add extra battery. 100's not a lot, so let's... these batteries are pretty big, though. Let's just give it some of these. Alright. That's good. So, disable the steering on all of these before I forget about it again and launch it all the way to Minmus with and then try to roll off the pad with steering being all lucky. Alright. Actually, you know what? Let's do one more sim. This time we're gonna do... landed on Minmus. Yeah. So we can do this because we've already landed something on Minmus. We're able to do simulations to see how stuff on the surface of Minmus would perform. So we don't want to run into the same issue that Panner 1 had, where the surface of Minmus was too slippery and too low gravity for it to properly function. So we want to check before we actually go there. Ooh, that's a lot of... suspension is a little wild. Ooh. That's not good. Okay, so see, let's control reaction wheels off. Whoa. This SAS. Because WASD is both the controls for the Rover wheels and also controls for the SAS. We know it's durable, you know, and we know it can right itself using its SAS, which is pretty cool. Right. Yes, what I need to do is I need to change the keybinds so that using I need to like change it to like IJKL as the rover wheel controls so that SAS and rover wheels are independent. But otherwise, I think this works fine. You know, if we do flip over, it's not going to explode and it's able to right itself. We're able to write it very easily with the SAS, so yeah, I think she's good. Alright, let's move back over to VAB. Just that's little label, we'll just ignore it. Alrighty. Let's get the platform. Which I assume is it not in utility? No. Payload? No. Uplink? Yes. That's not quite right. Looks pretty good. It's like it's perfectly designed to snap like that, I think. Structural. Sell some of these. Which end of this is the right end? It's kind of impossible to know. Oh, okay. Right. So... No, I can't select that. I want to disable symmetry so I can have it actually attached properly on the bottom. But I mean, I guess we won't really be looking at it, so that's fine. leave that deployed for now. Can we change the angle? No. Okay. So that's... We probably don't want to anyways. Okay. What does the descent stage... Fuel tanks. I think we have the specific fuel tank. Yeah, these guys. Topaz. Pretty sure is the correct ones. I think it's this one. Yeah, right. Photos? Oh yeah, yep, that fits perfectly underneath. Mm-hmm. Some better photos of the lander craft platform itself. If I can. Most of the photos are of the rover itself, because that's the bit that most people care about. I want to know what the descent stage looks like. Yeah, most people really don't care about showing photos and diagrams or models of what the lander portion of this thing is supposed to look like. That's fine. We'll improvise the rest. Got a basic idea of what the... Oh yeah, it's Topaz land flags. These are supposed to go on it. Flat. Now... I see. So we're gonna have to remove from symmetry. And still want them to just come out. Angles. Yeah, sure. I mean, I could rotate them all. Okay. I need to make sure I'm rotating them by the same amount. One. 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 Alright. They're not perfect, but they don't need to be. Fine. Alright. So we have those. Double node because we have to put this on top of something. Fuel things again. Thrusters. Do we just put it in the middle, or does it have like side thrusters? Because yeah, what engine goes on this thing? Engines. Let's see. So these are Topaz. Is there anything named Topaz? Which makes I should just Topaz. Topaz engine blocks. These are just RCS thrusters, though. Okay, yeah, it's an engine in the middle. Okay. Can I have something just go straight between these, actually? Is that an option? Is. Ah. Gee. based on the descriptions, I think this guy is supposed to be the one that actually goes on here. But, I mean, I'm just gonna use this guy. It's more powerful. We already have, it's, you know, it's tested, proven. Yeah, we're just gonna use it. It's got slightly less ISP, but we'll stick with what we know. What is safe. Okay. So Delta V wise, that's fine. We don't need to add any additional tanks or anything to this thing. Should be all good. The height there looks perfect. Track that. And these. Don't want that. Keep them in their default configuration. And retract all of them. Chins here. Yep. So all on there. Perfect. Let's just do a quick sim. Just to make sure we can actually roll off the thing. And that the wheels aren't like clipping into the lander incorrectly or anything like that, you know? Oh, we can't see shit. Alright. Battery died, damn it. I should have just restarted and opened the solar panel. Whatever. Start the sim again. It's not supposed to be this pitch black. But something in my visual pods is bugging out and making it so that sometimes it's pitch black like this. Okay. Oh, perfect. Okay. That slight bump is too much for this thing to get up. I mean... Huh. Oh. There we go. No! Oh, wow, that died so fast. We were at full charge. We're already dead? even have to turn SAS on. Just wrote itself. Wow, it uses so much electric charge. And it's still consuming power. Status A-OK. Oh, status broken. Oh, okay. That's why. Maybe we should do an actual ground launch test of this thing, just to get this thing's reliability up, huh? Okay, let's test the cameras. Is this right side up? It is upside down. Good to know. That one's right side up, though. Okay, let's fix the cameras. Or camera. Only one of them's bad. I don't know if I actually flipped it doing that. Probably not. It's, that? I guess, another simulation. Ah, fuck, I forgot to open this before. And we can't. Arrgh. This wouldn't be a problem if my visual mods were working properly. Not causing blackouts. Okay, the straps are a little fucked because I took this off and put it back on, right? But the view is right side up now. Yep. Alright. Hope leaving that open didn't cause any problems. It did not. Okay, cool. Okay. So now, let's see. Alright, let's go ahead and add the next stage underneath it. So we're gonna build a proton now. I need to pull up a reference photo for that. Now, really, we don't need a proton for this mission. We could most definitely launch this just using regular, the ROG 5 R7 inspired rocket, because these parts are not balanced for these parts are balanced for against the stock parts, and the stock parts are overpowered. So we could still use our medium lifter to do this mission. Honestly, this is not that heavy of a thing to be sending to the moon, but we need to test the heavy lifter. So yeah, might as well. All right, let's go ahead. Thanks. Yes. On there. Down fuel tank rocket, move to the cores. Several tons of weight and fuel have been shaved off. I mean, before we, because those are expensive parts to buy. So let's save, and then we'll do that. We'll figure it out, because I have a theory that we're not going to need all 6 of those engines. And we're not going to need all that fuel, because again, the way KSP is balanced. So we're going to go ahead and go with the 4-engine layout. And if that's not enough, then we'll load that save. Alright. guess the name for the company wasn't input correctly for this. There's some weird syntax errors here and there in Tantarez for when it comes to the stuff that, like, gameplay-wise doesn't matter. Because, you know, it should say Alnir Design Bureau for all of these, but some of them are found outside of a shed, which I think is the default message when it doesn't have a company name to associate with. Okay, actually, is there a Tantarez wiki page for the Proton? Yes. It's not most detailed, but yeah. Oh, it's outdated. I see. Alright, I'll stick to official diagrams. Proton. Yes. Make a nice diagram showing the stages, please. There we go. So I think we're gonna simplify this a fair bit, because it's got more stages than we're gonna need. So yeah. We're gonna need this. It's a little description there. What engines? First stage is RD-253s. Let's see. RD-253. Alright. Perfect. Oh. Yep. Da-da. There we go. Perfect. Nothing goes in the middle, pretty sure. Is there a cowling for these? Ooh. Get taller. Don't think we're gonna need that. Yes. In real life, there's like some covering that goes around them. So I wonder if that's a part in Tantarus or not. Oh, I was clicking around and I accidentally opened up VC Face. Hold on. No, turn off. Yeah, there's nothing on here for a shroud, so it'd have to be a separate part. Find it under the Alnir name. It does exist. I don't know that it does. Yeah, I'm seeing pictures that make it look like, yes, those shrouds do exist. You know, I'm looking online. But I don't know how to get them. Although that looks like... no, that's old version. That's parts from an older version of the mods. I wonder if maybe they used to have that, but it's not in the game anymore. It looks so weird and ugly like this. Also, do we even have the engines on the right way? I don't know. Photo. Oh, no, I have them on backwards. That one went on without me having to rotate it again afterwards. Yeah, so they're supposed to look like that. Yeah, and that already immediately looks better. Yeah, is there really no shroud bits go around the engines? They can look nice and pretty. Antaraz mod page. Yes, it'll have pictures that show what it looks like. Yeah, they're shrouded on there. Are they? Oh, wait. I think the engines are just clipped in, actually. Ah. I see. The official method is to just clip these into the fuel tank. Alright. Well, that's the official way to do it. Alright. Okay. The engine bells are not clipping in a visible way, so all as well. Alright, what engines does the next stage use? Alright, RD 0213 and 0214. And 14. Don't see them. I think some of these engines might be like upgraded versions of the engines. And that's why. Hold on. Google was just lying to me. Zero to 10. Okay. Need 4 of those, or 3 of those, and 1 0 to 11. Well, we don't have a 0 to 11, so I think we're just going to use 4 of those. And the third stage is a single 0 to 12. It's a non-gimbly version of it. Yeah, no, we're not. Engines. Small stupid engines. Okay. Now, see, because I don't know how much Delta View we're actually going to need. We're actually going to be getting, so I don't know. Like, I'm pretty sure I'm going to have to just remove one of these stages because it's just going to be too overpowered with all of them. But I don't know We're gonna do, yeah, let's just go with this one. We'll remove the upper stage. That's right. There's no attachment node? Huh? What? Should I have built this in the testing world first? Is this what I get for not doing that? Why is it like this? Why is there no central connection node? How are you supposed to attach these? No, this should work. Huh? Why is there no attachment point? Do I need this as well? Huh? I'm confused. This is a decoupler. This is also a decoupler. That's clipping. The official mod page photo shows using 2 decouplers. What? Let me look at more photos of the real thing. Hold on. Oh yeah, it's got 2 of them. Two stacks of these, huh? Okay. I guess we'll just that and that, and then we'll just disable the staging on that one. And do we want that to come off? And then just have this? Or do we want to leave this on so it looks like that? I think we'll leave that on. So this guy, we disable that staging, and then this one. Yeah, this is a really weird way to do this. But sure, I guess. It works. So we'll do that. Okay. Now, fuel tanks. Tank A implies the existence of a fuel tank B. Don't see one. Alright, do we just jump straight to the stage 3 tank, though? We're not gonna use the stage... I don't think we're gonna use the stage 3 stuff, just because we have so much stuff. How much stuff do we have currently? let's get the a fairing and stuff put on this real quick. So coupler. Mm-hmm. Now fairing is payload. Nope, that's not gonna... Oh, that is gonna clip though, so we are gonna have to go out just a little bit. Oh no. I accidentally clicked outside the window and that game did not like it. There we go. Red for unmanned. Okay. What size fuel tank do we need for this thing to look proportional? Probably about there. So... Yeah, we'll go ahead and get this. Come on. Yeah, there we go. That looks proportionally okay. Going to rotate this so that lines up with, oh god, yeah, there we go, that this rib lines up with that rib. Okay. And well, you know what? That's not enough delta V. Huh. Now, is that because we need more thrust? Hold on. Ah, nope, it's because our staging was fucked. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, yep. Alright, how much delta V do we need to get where we want to be going? Pull out the calculator. Okay, So, Moon has more Delta V requirements, so let's just use that as our base. 100 plus 860 plus 280 plus 580 is 5,100, 220. Yeah, so we've got plenty of Delta V to do that, so no third stage needed, and no extra engines needed. Yep, thrust to weight ratio is good. Thrust to weight ratio is good there. Thrust to weight ratio will be good there once we get to the moons. Alright, yeah. So that is our heavy lifter. Now here's the question. Alright, let's go ahead and save this. If I replace this with a ROG 5B, what's our Delta V at? Okay, yeah. It does actually need more than just a ROG 5B. Okay. Wait, this isn't that much bigger. It's a little bigger, but you know. A little bigger, you know, it's got an extra stage. Now, I don't have... I do have this. Okay. How's that? Yeah, that's not enough. Okay, yeah. So we did actually need the more powerful rocket for this. We could not make this mission with our existing lifters. That's always good to know. You know, if this was justified, actually. Nice. Okay. Cool. I love to see it. Why are there 3 of these stripes? Doesn't line up with anything. Well, I guess it would line up better with the... We had all 6 of these. Yeah. Oh well. Whatever. Alright, so let's go ahead and save this. Is going to be in here as the DR 500. Yes. So the actual Proton rocket this is based on is officially, like, originally it was called the UR 500 or Universal Rocket 500 in Russian, but you know the acronym happens to work in English as well. The words Universal Rocket in Russian also start with a U and an R, or if translated to the Roman alphabet, it's Cyrillic. Like, it's the Cyrillic equivalent of U and R. Anyways, whatever. But yeah, it got nicknamed the Proton, though, because it launched a lot of Proton satellites, and that's what it became most known for. And so the whole platform just sort of got the Proton nickname. But it was originally designed as an ICBM for sending Tsar Bomba-sized warheads. The Tsar Bomba was actually like a test bed for the warhead that was going to be launched by the UR-500 originally. But then the Soviets changed their mind about that. They decided that having a bunch of smaller yield missiles would be better than having one really big yield missile. And honestly, that makes a lot more sense, because you can intercept a single big missile much more easily than you can intercept a whole bunch of small missiles. But, yeah, alright. Let's slap some flags on this bish. So we need to have... we need to put a name on this guy. Let me put it on right here. That'd be really silly, but I think we could do it. Aww. Okay, hold on, actually, let's deploy this. Nope, okay, we can't put anything up there. do set text. Min. One. And drop the scale down. Increase the depth. Increase edge wear. Centered as best we can. Yeah, it's gonna look a little funky from every other direction because we can't really set the text to wrap around. Just sort of like applies on flat. But you know, that's whatever. Looks kind of neat, so yeah. Alright. Don't think we're gonna slap a UCCR anywhere on here. Oh, actually, no, we could fit a UCCR on here, just a little one. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, excellent. The bumper sticker. Alright, great. Back to that. Now do we want an hold on, looking at our delta V. Yeah, this is gonna be used as our transfer stage in space, in addition to being our regular thing. We're gonna need some SAS and some batteries, probably. Let's remove that. Control. Grab this guy. Full reliable. Get some more batteries as well. Alright. And, I mean, that should be good. Do we do a simulation? Or should we just send it? Yeah, I should probably do it. Real quick, just to make sure that it's not gonna fly horrifically out of control. We'll just do a simulation until we get into orbit, and then we'll cancel it. We'll start actual construction if we can get it that far in the sim. Of course, these are all untested engines, and forgot about that. Okay. Testing us on. Throttle up. 3, 2, 1. Boom. This isn't real, so yeah. We had one engine fail. Okay, the engines are offset enough from each other that an engine failure will kill the craft unless we are very fast at shutting down the mirror engine. I should probably just kill the throttle. Get that happens again. Yep. Watch those engines. Are we still thrust positive with 2 engines shut down? No, we are not. Hmm. Let's see. We're having a lot of engine failures, huh? Okay. I think what this is telling me is that no matter what, these engines are going to fail if we build them for real. So, I think the smart thing we can do is build an engine test bed first. So let's save this. Pull one of these off. Pull one of these off. We're just gonna scrap everything. Get the probe core. Get a fuel tank. Let's just do... two of these. Yeah, we're just gonna get some engine data. Yeah. Launch clamps. We should probably just... Oh. See, are static tests done upside down, or... What direction do these point when they're doing these? Right side up or sideways? Okay. Based on what the images on Google showed. Alright. Yeah, we'll do that. Okay. Alright, and we're gonna build... Actually, I should have multiple because they're gonna flame out. No, if it flames out, it's flamed out. It's fine. We don't need we just do... Yeah. We still... The reliability still goes up just from us using it, even if it does flame out. Pretty sure. And if not, I mean, we're not launching anything, so we can recover it and reuse it, potentially. So... yeah, we're gonna add that to the build list. It'll take 5 days to build this test bed. Alright, well. That on the way. Okay. Okay. Now we could launch that, but in 2 hours. Actually, no. This mission's only going to take 17 minutes. It's fine. Yeah, let's go ahead and launch it. Now I'm realizing there are no abort safeties on this. There's no parachute. So if something does go catastrophically wrong while we're flying over friendly territory, we do just have a live nuclear bomb in this thing. You know what? Hold on. Maybe just while we're testing this, let's add a parachute, just in case. Probably not a bad idea. Alright. Inline parachute. Where are you? There you are. Flip that upside down. Okay. And let's set up an abort action group. We don't want to deploy that abort action group. We want to shut down engine. 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 Yep, okay. It's the event of an abort. We shut everything down. And then we hit... Oh, also we need to... This. We need to deploy. And then activating this... Yeah, will decouple. Okay. Let's save that. And do a simulation just to make sure that I have this set up correctly. Alright. 3, 2, 1, go! And... oh no, something's gone wrong! Abort! The decouple did not work. Okay. Alright. In that case, let's just... abort. This guy. Couple. Yeah, yeah. There we go. Yeah. That'll. Start a sim of that. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. Should have seen that coming. The probe core is not attached to it this way. I only had the parachute to save the nuke, not the probe core. Why we do simulations. Alright. Everything should work fine here now. Alright, so far so good. Mission activated. Donk. Uh-oh. Please let go. Thank you. Alright. Simulation says success. The nuke is now floating down safely where it can be recovered. So if something were to go catastrophically wrong, we are not about to accidentally nuke our own civilians. Excellent. And it'll only take 2 hours for them to... 20 minutes, or... yeah, it'll only take 2 to 3 hours for them to implement this. Okay. Save, edit. Alright, but that means that this is now actually going to be complete first. So let's head to the tracking station and head on over there. Here's this. Nice. Yeah, whatever. We'll do this. Five. And two other things I can't see the names of yet. Floating underneath us. Not floating. We're floating. Over them. Yeah. Alright. Let's... Got to capture our orbit. Alright. T minus... Let's... T minus 21, we begin our burn. Perfect. Now, okay, target. There. Mm-hmm. Minus 3 seconds. Let's lower this a bit, actually. T minus 11 now. Ooh. Oh, nope, that's the wrong thing. Trajectories. Trajectories. Yes. Show trajectory. Oh, neat. Okay. That'll be a minute-long burn. 26 seconds. That's good. Actually, hold on. It's nice and vertical, and there we go. Right there. Yep, perfect. 36 seconds. Alright. Is your temperature above 3,500? Alright, so T minus. Let's see. 3 plus 15, T minus 8. Actually, kind of don't even need to actually land here anymore. We've already done that one. Hmm. still don't know how to cancel a landing position after I've picked one. So I realize I don't really need that anymore now that I've had this enabled. But, just put that out of the way. The altitude is within parameters. Log temperature. Ounce. We don't even have to actually transmit these back, which is good because we can't. Alright, cool. Now then... Oh, not that way. We're gonna have to ditch this stage, but that's alright. Oh, yep, there it goes. Alright. We have plenty of Delta V, so just cruise along. That was our transfer stage crashing. Ooh, these mountains are kind of close. We close enough? We are! Yippee! Alright, well, I guess we'll actually try to land now. And that suicide burn countdown. Probably should have killed more lateral velocity before the suicide burn. So now we're going to be coming in at an angle, which is a little less safe. And we could enable RCS and do some of this. Oh yeah, that's giving us more time. Perfect. Coming down in the middle, a bunch of mountains. Honestly, this isn't the greatest spot. What biome are we in? It's X Science. Lowlands. I guess we might as well touch down. We can move it later if we really want to. Bloop. Nice. And we haven't landed in the lowlands, apparently. Nice. Alright, cool. We can do all the science then. Raise. Ion trap. Review data. Yeah, we can't get anything out of that. We already passed the contract, so yep. Temperature scan. Temperature reads minty fresh. You make an addendum requesting that all future thermometers use numbers instead of wisecracks. Nice. There is no atmosphere. Mystery goo. It starts to bounce slowly from top to bottom. Transmit that back. Seismic scan. Tidal forces. Nice. That one takes a bit to transmit. And it's through. Gravity scan. Detailed readings of local gravity. Let's put that one back as well. Also takes a little bit for that one. Nice. Alright, we have plenty of Delta V, so if we wanted to, we could take off and try to land somewhere else. Here is the slopes. We can try to land in the slopes. Let's try that. Other way. This should land us on the slopes. Space just above the slopes. Passing over the surface, sensor sweeps across. Transmit that. It's probably the flattest bit of ground on Minmus that is still considered the slopes, so I am taking as much science from here as I can. Oh, except the mystery goo. Oh well. I didn't realize this was so close. If I had known I would be doing this, I would have brought another mystery goo. Oh well. Lovely. Meteoroid, transmit data. Cosmic ray, transmit data. Ion trap, transmit. Temperature scan. See, was the temperature were hot enough. As you just went. No atmosphere still. Who'da thunk it? Can't do the mystery goo. Big sad. Seismic scan. Transmit. Excellent. And let's go ahead and let our batteries recharge. Gravity scan. Scan picks up subtle changes. I think it's reading the wrong one. And okay. Done. Yay. Alright, let's engage parking brake. Trunk. Alright, excellent. Lovely, jubbly. see. Can't see Kerbal from here. Yep. Just over the horizon. Oh. Lovely. Let's head back to the Space Center. And launch that missile. Or just for some reason it was showing the Eve window as the next thing on the clock, which is why I thought this had already been finished, but oh, it is not. Well, I mean, this is still finished, so let's launch it. Alright. Okay, so launching with a live nuke. We are going to be aiming for our then we're gonna aim for the North Pole, basically. So yeah, straight north. Launching in 3, 2, 1. Wrong way. I think that way is north. It's gotta turn this way. Tip over. Yep. Why are you so stable? Seriously, what's... I swear it's not normally that stable. Alright. This is a much simpler to hit target than some of our previous launches. This is a much easier target to hit than what this is capable of, is what I meant. Because we're only going along one plane, it's more difficult to hit a target that is off of your plane of movement. Straight 90 degrees is very easy to fly. Going at specific angles is much more difficult, because you have to account for the rotation of the planet and stuff like that. Right. We can go ahead, deploy our fairing. I mean, I guess we can leave the rest of the missile attached together. Nah, because once we get to the... Nah, it's gonna... Okay. Oh, we ditch this. And hold on. Creating land, right? Yep, that's all land. Okay. Cool. Our heat shield facing towards where it needs to be. I saw some other ones out there, but no. So we're gonna be landing pretty on top. Oh, we're tumbling again. And we burned up. Huh. That's not supposed to happen. What gives? Why? Huh. Why does it tumble? I guess it's top heavy. The nuke is probably heavy. So, okay. I guess we need to revise the design. We can't have that happening. Okay, so when this is off, where's our center of mass? Up there. Yeah, this thing's heavy. Okay. Control thrusters. These are... These. Power 0.25. Horsepower 1. So we're using the more powerful ones already. It's the only ones that are more powerful. Lots of thrust on these RCS thrusters. Lots of RCS thrusters. That's what we need. Lots. And that will hopefully keep us stable. Let's just run a sim. See if this works. Oh, wrong one. Got to reorder. Yes. Alright, now you stay stable. There's our booster burning up. she stayed stable that time. RCS thrusters, adding more RCS seemed to have been the answer. Alright. Terminate that simulation. Alright, well, add that to the build queue. Alright. Completion of the test bed. Alright. I guess we didn't have to wait for it to be daytime to do this, but yeah, you know, I want to be able to see. Alright. I need to test these engines. 3, 2, 1. Not quieter than the other than previous engines we've used. That's for sure. No failures yet. Shut down on both. And reignite. Oh, shit. Well. Fuck. Probably should be more careful about things. Okay, so shutting down the engines does not reset them in the staging. They're still activated. Good to know. But I still think we got some helpful data from that. So, yeah. We didn't get to test relighting, but, you know, hey, that's fine. Okay. Let's head in here. Let's see here. 91%. 89%. Because we didn't get to reignite this one a second time. It didn't go up as much. Huh. I mean, we could do another one of these. Or we could say, fuck it, we ball. I mean, it's almost 90%. It's still, you know, 9 out of 10 times it'll work. Yeah, sure. Does it look better with it when it's attached like that? Disable staging. Enable staging. Yeah, there we go. I think that'll be better. Visually. Alright. And 89%. I'm sure that'll be fine. Alright. Yeah. Yeah, that'll be fine. Yeah. I'm sure. Totally. Alright, and time warp with that. We'll head to the tracking station, so we're not flashing the lights as it goes day to night. Alright. The morning. It's early morning sun. Yeah, launch battle. Oh yeah. Don't want engineer, pilot. Yeah. Yep. All's good. Set Valentina and Bill on up. Should work just fine. All the engines on this craft are proven. We shouldn't have any real problems with this thing. Need to take this photo of this side. Great sun in the background silhouette. Yeah. Yeah, we'll do both. Yeah, have to turn off the overlay anyways. Aerodynamics. Alright. Make sure y'all are in the correct pod, right? Yep. Alright. Unlike the Americans, we do not need a heavy lift launch vehicle for our manned moon's orbiting capsule. We can use our medium lifter to test it. And test we shall in 3, 2, 1. Away we are. Yeah, these engines are just really loud, huh? Compared to all the other ones. Got to auto strut. Oh, you should have been burning already. Whoopsie. Yeah, we were pretty inefficient with our launch. I was being silly with it. Trying to, I don't know what I was trying to do, honestly. But, you know. It's fine, we can circularize with this just fine. We have plenty of fuel on this thing. Alright, let's go ahead, extend everything. Lovely. It's the light. This does partially block the view of the periscope, But, eh. Oh, maybe I should move these to the other side. Maybe. Might make sense to do that. Yeah, we don't really use the periscope anyways. They have plenty of visibility through the periscope, even with that dish in the way. It's fine. Oh shit, forgot about my burn again. Oh well. It's fine. This wasn't a very critical burn. Yeah, see? Plenty safe. Orbit circularized. No problem. Okay. All seems to be going well. Let's update spotlights in the dark. Turn on, test that in lighting stuff up. Alright. All is well. Let's see here. Let's start the fuel cell. Test that. Actually, let's roll around a bit so we can use up some electricity. I'm sure Valentina and Bill don't mind this. We have a ton of reaction wheel torque on this thing, thanks to this control core. Way more than we'll ever need, probably. Alright. Now, let's go ahead... Let's turn the lights on, too. That will drain some more battery. Alright, let's turn on the fuel cell. Looking good. We are filling up our batteries. So at maximum control wheel torque, we still drain faster than we replenish. We've broken even. Turn off the lights. Fuel cell 0% load. Why is the batteries not recharging? Why aren't these filling from the fuel cell? Oh, it's refilling. Okay. Fuel cell is working. And then it stops. Interesting. I guess the fuel cells can't fully top up batteries? Maybe? I don't know. Not sure how they work. I don't normally use them, so I don't know. Yeah, might as well do an EVA while we're out here. Back. Inspect the engine and the antennas, docking port. We'll have to do a testing of the docking system as well. That can come later. Yippee! Feels happy to be back up in space. Been a little bit since we've done a manned mission, so yeah. Sure, he is happy to stretch his space legs. Alright. Transfer him back into the return capsule. Alright. Well, now it's time for us to do a return. Now we should be coming pretty steep, pretty sure. And we'll be fine because of the heat shield. How much ablator we got on this thing? Oh yeah, we're full on ablator. Yep, this thing will... Yeah, that'll take it. Alright, T-minus 13 seconds, we begin our burn. Do lights not actually use electric charge? Might not. I don't know. If they do, it's less than 0.00. Oh, I missed the burn. Oh. Again, precision not necessary on this burn. So much so, we're just going to close that. And rely on this indicator. Alright, that's just there. We are going to be ditching the pod, which does decrease some, so let's go ahead and retract everything. Decrease some of our momentum, so we probably undershoot and land on land around here-ish, which is what we were looking for. If not, you know, the rest of here. Yeah. point normal in preparation for the decoupling event. Let's actually go ahead and couple you. Nope, yep, that's already put us onto the beach. Alright. Couple. Point retrograde. And yep, we're coming down. Mountains. Not ideal, but eh. What if we just try to push her out into flatland? There we go. Perfect. Does mean we're further away from our orbital modules in the surface module, which is you know, unfortunate. You know, you like to be nice up and close, so we get a nice fireworks show from them. But we're too far away now. We might see some trail in a bit. What that guy? He's happy. Alright, come back home. We're smoking up now. That one's exploding. Let's just going straight for it. Away it goes. Nope, that's completely burned up now. Ooh, that's broken off into 2 pieces. Ooh. One of them's completely burnt up. Oh, and there goes the other one. Just our Kerbals now. Excellent. You like it. You know, that's ideal. You know, we want those bits to burn up completely in the atmosphere, so we're not leaving any litter on the ground. How much ablator have we gone through? Oh yeah, barely any. Oof. Oh yeah. Perfectly safe re-entry. Coming down in a residential area. Not exactly ideal, but, you know. We'll be landing softly. They're not going to do any damage. And they can be greeted by the people, you know. A little close for comfort on the parachute deployment. We'll definitely have to up the default number on that. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. Yippee! Alright. The Kerbals have returned. I forgot to take photos of thing in space. I'll have to take the photos from the VOD. Oh well. Or recreate the mission off screen. I'll just take photos from the VOD. Yeah. Oh well. Very nice, though. Look at him. Celebrating. Alright. Recover the vessel. Excellent. Scratch that one off the to-do list. Alright. Now we've demonstrated our lunar transfer vehicle. Yeah, I mean, you know, we could have done that really at any time, a lot earlier, because again, you know, as mentioned, we didn't need to develop a new launcher for it, because it's, you know, it's basically just the same as a Stato. We didn't need to test any new engines, because it's basically just a Stato. We really didn't have to test anything except for the fuel cell, because it's, you know, it's basically the same as our you know, our current regular orbital manned module. And so really didn't feel that much pressure to do a test of it just yet. Wasn't really necessary. Obviously, we'd have to test it eventually. We just didn't really... There wasn't really any urgency to it. So, you know. But, you know, the ATF's gonna test their orbital module. We have to test ours. Gotta stay in the race. Yeah, 7 days on that. Let's see. This, yeah, that. Fluctuations. Oh yeah, forgot about that. Gotta do that. Accepted this contract because it would be really easy. Yep. Disengage parking. Is that? Yeah, it's in half thrust. We're going the wrong direction. Of course. I've turned a super easy, cheap mission into an expensive one. Okay. We have just enough Delta V. I think we can still pull this. Yep. Yeah, Suicide Burn is less than time to impact, which means we are safe. Oh, I forgot about the rotation. God damn it. Okay. Oh, wrong way again. Fuck. Wasn't going far enough over the side. We don't have enough Delta V anymore. Shit. I hope that's close enough, and also that we don't explode. We have 1 meter per second left. This was such an easy mission, and I bungled it. Because I can't read a damn nav ball. It's on the suicide timer. And we're out of fuel. Oh. This is good. We're bouncing towards our target. Roll further. Come on. You can do it. Let's stop. Not there. Come on. Come on. You might be rolling in the wrong direction. Oh, there's a way to have a waypoint visible on here. Right. Hmm. Oh, hold on. Let's try to orientate myself. Okay. Okay, so that's showing me that. This doesn't show me my target. Oh, it's on the nav ball. Keep rolling towards it. Come on. It's the dumbest way I can be completing this. But if it works, it works. Don't think this is gonna make it into the next recap. We're just not gonna mention this. Closer though. Come on. A little bit further, little buddy. Alright, we need to stop rolling. Reorientate ourselves. Resume roll. Oh, hold on. Cancel roll. Orientate. Roll. Those RCS ports would be so clogged with ice by now. Not like we're gonna ever use them again. You know, got no fuel. Boing. This has to be close enough, right? Apparently not. God damn. Really want us to get exactly on it. Huh. Should remember my zoom level. Come on. Is this a rover? Wish you could zoom in more on the map. Fortunately, I think the only indicators to tell you you're there are designed so that you are like pointing at them. Which doesn't help us because we need to be going lateral. So let's just do this. Yeah. immediately off target. I wish this was broken down into two things, so they would tell you when you're there, and then, you know, that would make things a lot easier as well. Oh, close to. Come on. Still that way. Roll the other way this time. I really wish I could just see it. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Not that I can find. Damn it. Alright, hold on. Can't find anything. Ah. Oh, we're in it. Oh, it does tell you. Oh. Hey. There's another one? Huh? What do you mean there's another one? Oh, fuck you. They lied to me. They said I had to go to one target. No, I gotta go to 2 targets. Maybe even a third that they haven't told me about. Man. Shit. Alright, I'm getting paid for the first one. Fuck off. I'm not rolling all the way over there. That's gonna take eons. So we're just gonna send another lander and or a rover to do that. Yeah, this guy is kaput. We're gonna engage our parking brake and lie here in defeat. Not defeat, we won. You know, we did the thing that we set out to do. That's a victory. Alright. And with that victory, we're at... Why do I not have any snoozes for this ad break that's coming up? That's bullshit. Alright, well, I guess we'll end stream before the ad break starts. It's gonna end stream. Wow. Alright, raid message. Doot. Doot. Boop. Okay. Who are we raiding? Let's see. We've got a minute. Yeah, I haven't used any of those bosses. Should have them. It's not. Belf is live. Oh, we never get to raid Belf. Let's do that. Alright. Alright. So, thank you again, everyone who tuned in. I will see you all in the next one. Kerbal Space Program will return on Monday. Tomorrow, Friday, there will not be. Well, I guess today, 1 a.m. Friday, no stream. Saturday, May 30th, is my birthday. We will be streaming The Sims 4. I'm going to try to recreate my childhood home from memory. So I will see you all in that one. Alright. Bye-bye. Bye. Bye.